attention, everyone in the barns. We're going to start showing here in about 5 minutes. If we can have our first class up to the marshalling ring, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Oh, say. No. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Working yesterday. Testing, testing. They unplugged this one yesterday. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Check 1. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check, check, check.
No, how'd you do that?
Let's put some more gain on it. Oh, check 1, 2.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody here to our confirmation part of our 2026 National Junior Show. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judges for today. I'd like to welcome Juanita and Billy Elmhurst. They own and operate Indian River Cattle Company in Elm Lodge, Polled Herefords, with their children Owen and Kate. 250 Simmental Hereford and Angus mother cows, plus a few commercial cattle. They hold 3 production sales each year, a bull sale in March, Hereford sale, Source for Success, which this year will be celebrating its 25th year in September, and the Angus and Simmental females sell on the Quality Control first Sunday of October on a yearly basis. The Elmhursts also dabble in livestock marketing, from photography, catalog design, ring service, consulting, sales, management, and have spent 3 decades custom fitting thousands of show cattle and sale cattle around the country. They've also shown cattle across North America at most of the majors and judged all the major shows in Canada, as well as the North American in Louisville, the National Hereford Show at Keystone and Harrisburg, and numerous state and county fairs in the U.S. They'd like to say that they've looked forward to coming and doing our judging today here at our Junior National Show in Olds and meeting the newest generation of Shorthorn enthusiasts. So let's give Billy and Juanita a round of applause and thank them for coming out here to give us a hand. Andy, why is that 251? Come here. No, Andy, Andy.
Yeah, get him.
It's okay. It's the peewees are coming in. Oh, that's okay. Our first class in the ring will be our first split of peewees. In this class, we have ring number 251, Lilac Lane LL Ping 44P, exhibited by Oakley Coleman. We have ring number 252, Lilac Lane Right Bow 43P, exhibited by Kylie Coleman. Next in the ring is 253, Eansville Princess Poppy, exhibited by Kaylee Whalen, followed by 254, Eansville Jasmine Pepper 41P, exhibited by Brindley Whalen, and around 255, Lilac Lane Flash Poppy 7P, exhibited by Area Coleman, and rounding out the class will be ring number 332, Majestic Petty in Pink 62P, shown by Kennedy Deagle. As we get started our show here today, it's not working again. That's as we get nothing's working. Get unplugged. Testing. You just got that one working. It says it's on. Testing.
It's on mine, so that's why I was like, maybe it's to do with your speaker. Mic check. Because this would be.
Yeah, call him because he was here because the quarter door was working. He got that fixed. It's bouncing on yours.
Yeah.
And you're plugged into it.
Yeah. So it's something with the speaker.
Hey, we're just having troubles with our mic here. It's working online on DLMS, but it's not on the speaker.
Mic check.
Everything's on.
This one wasn't working.
Unless I
I
just-
even got it fixed.
What did you do?
Touched the gain on it and it was fine.
Everything's plugged in that should be though. There's no magic.
They're working on DLMS, but they're not working on the street.
You can tell all the people online what you want.
Test.
Somebody's talking.
Bear with us, folks. We're having mic problems.
Somebody's talking online. Somebody's saying test. Who was that? Oh, you were talking. It's fine.
Switch? Yeah. Okay, sorry.
It'll be something simple.
No, we did check that.
Check, check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm getting here, but not there. Okay, I gotta get another cord.
Can you just yell his reasons for this class? Hold the mic for my people? Not. I can. One sec. Enough to tell me that they can hear us. You're like, we can hear you. I was like, oh, that's
Somebody's
thanks.
there then.
Yeah.
Just wing it, Jim, remember?
Mic check, mic check.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Shorthorn enthusiasts. Certainly an honor and a privilege for Juanita and I to be out here in Olds It's kind of our second home to evaluate these youngsters on their Shorthorn projects this year at the junior show, and boy, what a great way to start. And it's almost not fair as a judge to have to come into a class like this to start the day with just a great bunch of young girls showing a nice bunch of heifers. One thing I said to my wife years ago when we were judging shows, says, one thing I hate doing is putting a little girl last. Well, I'll tell you what, I had no choice in this class, especially a cute little girl. So all the way down the line, we got cute little girls. You got to fight with it in your head all day long where you place them. But I can commend, why don't we all put our hands together and commend these youngsters on a great job out here. And this is truly what it's all about. We're going to talk about cattle all day long. It'll get boring, but in this particular class, maybe it's more important about these young showmen. We kind of took some ages here. We got 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds and thereabouts. So we got the future of the breeds in great, great hands. These kids are all, it's early in the morning. They've probably been up for a while getting these cleaned up, and they all got a smile on their faces. I haven't seen one tear out here yet, and that's a win right there for sure. So. Yeah, we're getting to the cattle. I think it's a nice class of heifer calves to start the day, and the young lady wins this class for us pretty quick with this big red heifer. Sure, I think she's the oldest heifer in the class, but she's also probably the one that's built the best in terms of her structure. I like her out of her hip and down her legs. She's got a nice angle to her shoulder. She's one of the bigger outline heifers, but she has balance up in terms of her profile as much as any heifer in the class. I think it's a little closer in 2 and 3. Heifer in second, it's one that just patterns in a little nicer with her class winner. She's a little stronger and level out of her hip. I think that's one that's long spine and carries her top. That's a little more authority than the heifer, the bigger heifer in third. The big long framed heifer in third that you like the extra reach and the power she has out of her front third. She's one there that as time goes on with some feed, you might like her a bit more. She'll drop down and get some more center body. Just like to change her from her hooks back to her pins and just pull her apart from there back. I think that one there has a great deal of future, and the young lady does a great job with her. Here's a redneck roan heifer that I just like. I could talk about redneck roans all day, and the young lady does a great job. Here's one that's a little quick in her maturity pattern. One that's you maybe like this to change the way she's testing her spine, maybe not quite as comfortable. Maybe just refine her skull a little bit and give her a little more horsepower to run with the rest of the heifers in this class. And similarly, the youngest heifer in the class coming in next, this nice red heifer, she's one there that's pretty moderate in her frame. In terms of structure, we like her a great deal. Just need a little more heifer to compete with these bigger heifers. And the young lady ends the class with, I believe, a male calf of some description. He's one that's probably got enough growth for his age, just doesn't got the balance and stoutness to go any higher. But again, put your hands together. These girls do a nice job, nice classes.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Billy. From the top of your program down, this isn't working. That's better. So first in this class, we have ring number 332, Majestic Pretty in Pink 62P, exhibited by Kennedy Deagle. And second, Edensville Princess Poppy 22P, exhibited by Kaylee Whalen. Third place, Edensville Jasmine Pepper 41P, exhibited by Brinley Whalen. Fourth, Lilac Lane Flash Poppy 7P, exhibited by Aria Coleman. Fifth place, Lilac Lane LL Ping 44P, exhibited by Oakley Coleman. And in sixth place, Lilac Lane Right Bow 43P, exhibited by Kyle Coleman. So reading from the top of your program down, ring 251 is 5, 252 is 6, 253 is second, 254 is third, 255 is fourth, and 332 is 1. Entering the ring now in our second split of Pee-wees, we have will be our yearling Pee-wee division. We have ring number 256, Creekside Candy 515N, exhibited by Cassidy Bishop. We have ring 257, 6S Isabel, INF 90N, exhibited by Mortley Longhurst. 258, Lilac Lane Nemo, 33N, exhibited by Evan Coleman. 259, Silver Lane Nova Ray, 2N, exhibited by Laramie Olson. Ring number 260, Bear Acres Nova Rose, 5N, exhibited by Rhett Longhurst.
Check, check, check.
as we work through our show here today, we need to take a little bit of time and honor our sponsors that help put this show on for our kids. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. I'm going to start and list out our platinum sponsors. We have Bender Shorthorns, Chris Jansen Farms Limited, Eansville Cattle Company in Prospect Hill, Trailview Shorthorns, and Poplar Park Farm. These are our platinum sponsors. Give these sponsors a round of applause. Without them, we just wouldn't be able to put this show on for these kids here today. 3 years ago, when after Shayla and I really got rolling in our junior program, we decided we needed to come up with a way to do some funding for the future, and we came up with a idea to have a frozen sale in the spring, and we did that with the help of Stacy Young. And I just want everybody to take a chance when you're out where the coffee is, out in the Coverall walkway entrance. Just have a look at that banner we have up. We've been very fortunate. We've had some very good consigners the last couple of years. They've helped tremendously. We had a goal to offer some genetics that maybe wouldn't be just available to the public, on a regular basis. And our breeders across the country were very generous in what they've donated the last couple of years. And our 2026 online fundraiser raised just over 19,000. Our 2025 was just over 21, I think. I'm going to just thank our donors from 2026 for sure. We don't get a platform to really do that. So I'm going to take a little time to do that. We'd like to thank the Alberta Shorthorn Association, Bell M Farms, Crooked Post Shorthorns, Diamond Creek Cattle Company, Diamond Shorthorns, First Class Shorthorns, Head for the Hills Shorthorns, Kroner Cattle Company, Manitoba Shorthorn Association, Mossite Shorthorns, NJM, Ontario Shorthorn Association, Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association, and Shady Brook Shorthorns. Those donations, lots that we get from them. We had the Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario. We donate your pick of the stall at those major shows at the Royal Agribition Farm Fair. We've had some unique embryos, some unique semen that has been well accepted. and you know, we have to thank our buyers for that and our supporters. We're going to build on that. We're going to keep getting it better and bigger with more hard to find genetics for you to be able to purchase. So keep an eye. We'll have it again next year. But just Shayla and I would like to, and the board would like to say thank you to all our donators and all our buyers that make that thing work. It was a concept we didn't know if, you know, how it was going to go over, but it's been well received, and we really appreciate it. So we really, truly thank you. This that we put on here, that we're going to put on next year and going forward, those funds help do that. And without those funds, we can't make this happen in the scale and the quality that we do. So give yourselves a round of applause because you guys really deserve that thanks from us.
Okay, here we go. This will be the second class of Pee-wees, and boy, this is fun. These little gals and boys out here. We got a couple of boys out here too to compete with the girls, and it's like a tough on them. But cute little girl again with a nice heifer wins this class, and boy, this one, when she come in the ring, she hits you pretty hard. Little girl, she's doing a great job out here. Got a great helper, and this little girl's worried about a tooth. She's got herself a tooth. So I'm hoping the tooth fairy is coming good for her in a couple of days here. So, but regardless, this heifer is one that we're probably going to see again there today, and I like that one a great deal. That's, you know, you get one that kind of sets the tone for the day. This will be the kind we're looking for. Square and level made, has some balance, some extra features, enough frame without being horsey, and just angled up next to her shoulder. Good kind of a female to start this class. And a young lady that's going to have some extra money here in a couple of days from the tooth fairy. The little girl in second place, I think she's in better shape in terms of her teeth. Nice heifer again, an April heifer, another redneck roan. Just, I think 2 and 3 again are pretty close in my estimation. I like the angle of the shoulder of this heifer quite a bit more than the heifer in second. I like how wide she is at her pins and how square she is compared to heifer in third as well. Just a nice, well-balanced kind of a heifer. I like her condition. Certainly one that's got some cow power in her. We'll see her again later, I'm sure. Roan heifer coming in next, and a good team getting her across as well. And this heifer is very well presented. I really like the joint structure of this heifer. She's one of the cleaner, flatter joint heifers in this class, and one that's got some balance. She has some midsection to her as well, and has some good parts and pieces in terms of balance. Again, here's one you want to pull apart in her pins and prop her up a little bit just to make her a little stouter from there on down. But that's a nice cow prospect in third as well. Blue Roan Steer coming in next. He's kind of an apple and a bunch of oranges here, but that's a good kind of a calf. Kind of hard to place them when you're looking at breeding females in a market animal. I think that calf's good in his lines and has some, future to him. He's not quite to 12 o'clock in terms of condition yet. Again, here's one there that's just could have a little more expression of muscle, a little more stifle. He's good enough in his twist, but again, he could just pull him apart in his pins and give him a little strength over his top to really make him a power steer. Then we got a big September-born heifer to tail the class, and if you want extra frame and extra growth, and that heifer does all that for you. I love the young man's haircut. I'm kind of jealous of what he's got left over. That's my kind of haircut. He's doing a nice job. Put your hands together. Great set of kids.
So in our Pee Wee Yearling Division, first place goes to ring number 256, Creekside Candy 515N, exhibited by Cassidy Bishop. Second place, 6S Isabel, INF 90N, exhibited by Motley Longhurst. Third place, Silverline Nova Ray 2N, exhibited by Laramie Olson. Fourth, Lilac Lane Nemo 33N, exhibited by Evan Coleman. And in rounding out the class, Bear Acres Nova Rose 5N by exhibited by Brett Longhurst. From the top of your program down, 256 is 1, 257 is 2, 258 is 4, 259 is 3, and 260 is 5. Next in the ring, we will have our open division heifer calves. We're expecting ring 261 Lilac Lane Ping 44P, exhibited by Oakley Coleman. Ring 262 Diamond B Eva's Penny 21P, exhibited by Haley Jordan. And 263 Lilac Lane Flash Poppy 7P, exhibited by Area Coleman. If we
Check one. Check 1 2 check 1 2. Check 1. Check 1.
On deck, we need Class 2B, our open division yearlings. Split 1, we're looking for ring number 264, Silverline Gem 31N, Kinsley Olson. Ring 265, Silverline Norma Jean 30N, Bella Woods. 256, 6S Cherry TB 92N, Tyler Visser. 267, Creekside Candy 515N, Madeline Bishop. And 268, 6S Isabel INF 90N, Kennedy Pym, please, if you can be on deck, ready to enter when this class is complete.
Okay, here we go, starting the open show here, and boy, what a nice place to start. And already a little controversy in 2 and 3 because we switched them, but I think when we get this one to lead off, this is pretty cool. Here's a fresh one here that I think has just a huge amount of future ahead of her in terms of bone work, in terms of skeletal and structure, and the way she's built and designed. And she's skinny. Boy, she's skinny, and that's why I like them. You don't want these calves to have any extra rig on them right now. And this one, you can see what you see is what you get. And I love her bone composition. I love her angles. I love her design. This is a really nice kind of calf. I think just as this one progresses in her year, it'll be one to watch all year long. Okay, here's 2 and 3. We switched them from the last time we saw them, and I think that just you get these calves separated from some of them bigger calves. You probably appreciate this March calf a little more this time because she gets in her own age section. She's one that you like the structure of. She's good in her angle of her shoulder. She is pretty moderate, I still think, for a March because it's just kind of hard to tell. But that one there, I think, the difference between 2 and 3 for us is going to be the way she handles her shoulder. She's probably a little nicer in her skull as well, and just a nice kind of a cow prospect right there. A nice job, and the young lady out here is doing a great job working her comb, and she's finding some dirt, and she's getting rid of some dirt, so she's having a good time out here. So. Young lady in 3rd, here's a calf. You love the coloration, the hair coat on her. She's easy to look at for sure. They got a nice job fitting her up there. Here's one that you maybe just like to change the way she's built in the top side of her blade, maybe just refine her skull a little bit. But I think in terms of body, center body, and mass, there's enough good in this heifer to make a very good cow for this young lady down the road. So put your hands together. These girls brought you a nice set of heifers to start the day.
Okay, in our open division heifer calf, first place goes to ring number 262, Diamond B, Eva's Penny 21P, exhibited by Haley Jordan. Second place, Lilac Lane, LL Ping 44P, exhibited by Oakley Coleman. Third place, 263, Lilac Lane Flash Poppy 7P, exhibited by Area Coleman. From the top of your program down, 261 is 2, 262 is 1, 262 is 3. Those, our champion open heifer calf for today will be ring 262, Diamond B, Eva's Penny 21P, and our reserve goes to Lilac Lane, LL Ping 44P. Congratulations. We can have our next class ready to enter the ring, please. No, we'll do them later. Well, we need to hold them in. I'll tell you when we have a banner. We need to hold them in so that we give them the banner. As we get this first split in the ring, we need to have split 2 ready to come in. We're looking for ring numbers 269, 6S Maryland, TB84NET, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Ring 270, Bell M Mini, 152N, exhibited by Savannah Bjarnson. We need ring 386, RT Promise 30N, exhibited by Amelia LaRoque. 271 Sub-Zero Nocturnal Rain 3N, Miles Brakely, and 272 6X Perfect Sol 85N, Rhea Gunderson. You can be on deck ready to come in, please. Again, we need to thank some gold level sponsors for our show today. We'd like to thank Schutt's Cattle Company, Soft Creek Shorthorns, Head for the Hills Shorthorns, NJM, Saskatoon Shorthorn Association, Shady Brook Shorthorns, DLMS, Direct Livestock Marketing, Alberta Beef Producers, and M&M Shorthorns. Thank you to these sponsors for generously donating to put on our show. We're also very fortunate to have our Alberta Shorthorn Lassie here to hand out our banners and awards. Reagan Moore, thank you very much, Reagan, for coming and helping us out today. It's much greatly appreciated.
Oh, they kind of turned up the heat a bit in this class. We got some good ones out here for sure, and we're gonna continue with the heifer we saw tick earlier there. This one we just like a bunch. Just the balance, just the quality. I think good skull. Has some extra timber. Like her foot shape and size. When she goes, she plants with some authority. A little tougher to see feet in this ring, but I think they're big and square. I love her hip design. Love the extra sweep and shape to her belly and her lower third. Just a really good kind of a heifer that goes ahead, wins this class for us. Second heifer, again, she kind of followed the last time out as well, if I recall correctly. And again, that's just kind of an honest made heifer right there. She has some more dimension and shape than some of the heifers down the line. Heifer on the ground is pretty adequate the way she goes. Has some shape over her top. She's got some spread in her pins. Has a nice balanced look to her as well. Nice maternal look about her skull. Just a complete kind of a heifer. If you could, you'd probably just square her up on the ground, especially on her fronts a bit, but that's a good kind of a heifer. Pretty honest in her makeup. Stands second just for that reason. Here's a big power heifer comes next to the line in third. It's very well shown, very well brought out and presented. For us, she's just a little coarse. Underneath, she has extra navel to us as well. You can just refine her skull, down back to her shoulder blade, maybe just tone her down in terms of the way she's got some extra bone in her front third. Young lady does a great job. This heifer is stout. She's wide in her pin. She has some shape over her top. Maybe not quite the same maternal sweep to her cage we see in the heifers above her, but certainly a good, powerful heifer stand third. Here's a white heifer again. You kind of like the design of her. She's attractive and feminine. We like that about her quite a bit. There's one that for us, this isn't quite square enough. She's not quite stout enough in her build and her bone work that we go any higher in this class, but young lady does a very nice job on a heifer that's clean for a white heifer and very well presented. When you get her looking away with that extra look and flair, you like her a bunch more. We can just pull her apart, her pins forward. There's a heifer we'd like her quite a bit more. And the heifer tails the class. I think we talked about this kind earlier. Skinny made, and I like that about her, but I think this heifer, for as skinny as she is and fresh as she is in condition, just hasn't got that natural width and dimension. From behind, if you could just pull her apart in her pins and just change the way she's built down her quarter there to give her a little more shape and stifle muscle, you like her a great deal more. But in terms of structure, she's one of the really good made ones in the class. She has enough bone. Don't mind her foot size at all in her lines. She's just not quite stout enough and broady enough to go any higher in this class.
Thanks, Billy. In first place, we have ring number 267, Creekside Candy 515N, exhibited by Madeline Bishop. Second place, ring number 268, 6S Isabel INF 90N, exhibited by Kennedy Pym. Third place, 265, Silverline Norma Jean 30N, exhibited by Bella Woods. Fourth place, Silverline Gem 31N, exhibited by Kinsey Olson. And fifth place, 6S Cherry TB 92N, exhibited by Tyler Visser. From the top of your program down, 264 is 4, 265 is 3, 266 is 5, 267 is 1, and 268 is 2. Next in, we will have our open division split 2. We're looking for 5 entries in this class, please. We're looking for, in the ring we have 269 6S Maryland TB84NET, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. We have ring number 270, Bell M Mini 152M, exhibited by Susanna Bjarnson. Ring number 386, RT Promise 30N, Amelia LaRourke. Ring number 271, Sub-Zero Nocturnal Rain 3N by Miley's Brakely. And 272, 6S Perfect Sol 85NET by Rhea Gunderson. We need on deck yearling heifers split 3A. We're going to be looking for ring number 273, 274, 275, 276, and 277. If they can be ready out back for the next class.
Real tough pair on the top of this class, and I think they're two really good heifers, a little different in their makeup and kind, but certainly two high quality heifers that are really well presented and brought out to us well today. But I think the one that wins here, this red heifer with some white spots on her, is one that just really hits us pretty hard. This heifer's got the extra length of spine we like. We love the angle of her shoulder, the way she pops her head up high on that blade there. Really appreciate that. Like her joint work, like the way she's got some body and some balance to her as well. Square out of her hip and love from the design. Here's one on the ground and we like pretty well, and as she goes, she doesn't just maybe come off her front end just quite as nice as we'd like. It's tough in the dirt to see that, but that's a really high quality individual. Just love that build and design to win the class. Highly presented heifer. They've had some fun with some paint back in the barn on this one for good reason. They got a good one here and they know it. Here's one here that you just love the extra center body to. She's really dense made. She has some shape over her top. She's relatively square and level out of her hip. She's not quite as long bodied, not quite as long fronted as our class winner. Certainly one you do appreciate the extra sweep and shape to her rib. On the ground, you maybe just give her just a tick bigger foot size and maybe just make her a little more fluid in her stride and relax her spine. But that's a really good kind of a heifer. I just got beat by extra length and front end on that one as well. Just next pace heifer in third is just kind of the meat and potatoes heifer in the class. Just kind of well balanced, hasn't got any extra body to her, but she's fresh in her condition. You like her lines quite well as well. Long, extended kind of a heifer. She has enough thickness and meat in her top for my liking. If you could just drop down some belly and just have a little more heifer, she can run with those cattle higher in the class. And here's one too. If you could maybe just give her a tick more heel. I think from here on down we got some feet issues a little bit, but this one here just has a nice balanced heifer to end up in third. A big solid red heifer in fourth is again just an easy doing, obviously kind of a heifer. Got some maternal look to her front end. One that you could just change the angle of her shoulder. Just give her a little more relaxed look in her blade there a little bit, and just make her settle from end to end. And here's another one too. We'd like to maybe just give her proper up on her heel, give her a little more foot heel there to make her a little more agile on the go. And similarly, this heifer that tails the class is much like the heifer in fourth. A little long-sided kind of a heifer with enough growth and performance for her age. So you like that about her. This young man's got himself a nice cow prospect. But here's one on the ground that just flattens out in her foot quite a bit. Hasn't got quite the same balance and maternal wedge to her we see in the cattle higher in the class. But from top to bottom, a nice class. The two on top, I think, were deadly.
Thanks, Billy. First place in that class, we had ring number 262, 6S Perfect Sol 85 NET, exhibited by Ray Gunderson. Second place, 6S Maryland TB 84 NET, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Third, Bell M Mini 152N, exhibited by Savannah Bjarnson. Fourth, RT Promise 30N by Amelia LaRourke. Fifth place goes to Sub-Zero Nocturnal Rain, exhibited by Miles Brakely. From the top of your program down, ring 269 is 2, 270 is 3, 386 is 4, 271 is 5, and 272 is 1. Entering the ring now, we have our split 3A of our Open Division yearling heifers born in 2025. We have ring number 273, Silver Line Narkita 16N, exhibited by Justin Liberty. 274, Rambling Now, She's a Godiva 16 NET exhibited by Leah Tillman. Ring number 275, Holman Valley Neva Pearl 30N, exhibited by Amy Shepard. Ring number 276, 6S Maryland BT 80N, exhibited by Tyler Visser. And rounding out this split, ring number 277, Millbrook Maria PL 321 NET, exhibited by Kate Nielsen. On deck for our split 3B, we need ring number 278, 329, 332, 330, and 331. If you can be on deck, ready for your class, please.
Well, folks, it's 12 o'clock somewhere, and I'll tell you what, we got a heifer going to make a turn right here. It's 12 o'clock. I think maybe she's even 12:30. Tell you what, this one they brought to town with a purpose. She's ready as can be. Really like the design of this heifer as well. Just long and level out of her hip, really round and robust in her cage, sets up high on her chine there. Just one that's got a lot of good pieces and parts to her. On the ground, she's pretty adequate in terms of the way she gets and goes. I think the foot shape is pretty nice. Again, just a really complete kind of a heifer to win this class. It's extremely well presented. Now, I'm going to be a little critical on condition here. I think we got one, like I said, she maybe just passed the mark in terms of condition for my liking. We like them pretty skinny at our house, and this one here is certainly on the upper end of that. But she's got so much quality and so much good, she sure has to win this class. Heifer in second's one that we like just in terms of her condition, in terms of how honest and well made she is as well. Here's a heifer that's got some substance to her. She's really fresh in her condition. You love her skull. Excellent foot shape and size in this heifer for sure. Doesn't have the bells and whistles to run with a heifer that leads the class. She certainly is adequate in terms of her angle of her shoulder. She's thick enough and square enough. It doesn't have that extra long hip. It doesn't have that extra swoop and sway to her belly as a heifer that wins the class. But boy, you talk about one that's got the bone work, the foot sizes, and the shape we like. This is an awfully good heifer to stand second in this class. The heifer in third is a heifer that, again, just a fundamentally sound kind of a female. Certainly like Shorthorn looking heifer. She's one that's got some extra shape to her rib cage, carries that forerib all the way back. One that's got a maternal look to her skull. Again, not maybe quite the power from her hooks forward or hooks back to her pins. Maybe not quite the bone work we see in other heifers, but just in terms of functionality, this heifer hasn't got too many holes, and she's going to go ahead and make this young lady a very nice cow. Just need to pull her apart to make her competitive in this particular class. This white heifer coming next is certainly one soft, easy doing kind of a female. Pushes a little more up front than we would call ideal for our liking, but that's because she is easy doing. Here's one that I'm certain that can stand the dry weather or the wet weather and just be a good solid cow prospect. Again, doesn't have that same balance, doesn't have that same look, but fundamentally, here's a heifer with a nice sized foot. Certainly has enough power over her top and body to be a good cow prospect. Just need to balance her up to go any higher. And the young man that tails the class has a nice female. She is one that has some more reach and femininity. She has probably more balance than a couple heifers right ahead of her. Just hasn't got quite enough heifer. A nice female has enough shape and width to her. She needs more body. She needs more frame to go any higher. But certainly, I think a heifer like that, young man, you get yourself a cow prospect. Get her bred the right way. She'll do a nice job for you.
Thanks, Billy. Winning this class, we have ring number 277, Millbrook Maria PL 321 NET, exhibited by Kate Nielsen. Second place, we have ring number 274, Rambling Now, She's a Godiva 16 NET, exhibited by Leah Tillman. Third place, ring number 276, Success Maryland BT 80N, exhibited by Tyler Visser. Fourth place, we have ring number 275, Holman Valley Neva Pearl 30N, exhibited by Amy Shepard. And in fifth place, we have ring number 273, Silverline Narkita 16N, exhibited by Justin Liberty. From the top of your program down, 273 is 5, 274 is 2, 275 is 4, 276 is 3, and 277 is 1. Coming into the ring now, we have ring number 278, Prospect Hill Neomade 20N, exhibited by Brooklyn Olson. Ring number 329, Star P Pansy JR8N, exhibited by Mackenzie Noon. 332, Success Perfect INF 75N, exhibited by Bronwyn Swicker. Ring number 330, HBPS MH2N, exhibited by Zoe Crowell. And ring number 331, HB Perfect MH4N, exhibited by Georgia Corley. On deck, we're looking for split 4 in our open division yearling heifers. We're looking for ring numbers 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285, please. If you can be on deck ready for your class. No, but it might not be updated though. Tell them to ask. Tell them to ask. Yeah, because
February 3rd to 10th.
February 3rd to February 10th. Oh, I'd love one.
Yeah, which one? Strawberry, dark chocolate?
Strawberry. I can't eat the chocolate. You want one?
Do you want me to go get you one?
No.
Get Evan.
Yep.
Following split 4, where we need our first and second place from each split of our yearling heifers on deck. Our first and second from each split on deck following split 4.
Here's a challenging class of females to be the last class in this division, but I think it's pretty obvious place to start. Here's the big stout, big-bodied, heavy constructed kind of a heifer that best on the ground, has the most timber underneath her, angles up pretty good in her shoulder, just a good, solid kind of prospect. Now, she's just coarse enough in her bone work for us in terms of a female, but you got so much power, you got so much mass that there's a heifer there that relatively holes free and pretty adequate on the move. She has to win this class. From there on down, it gets a little challenging. We've got some foot problems that we have to deal with. And this red heifer that comes next, when you get her on the stand and you just look at her in terms of her forerib and the extra shape she has to her center body in third, you like the cow potential she does have. She's good skulled. She's one that you like. Just from a maternal look about her, on the ground, you sort of like to change her feet. She's a little flat in her heel. She's a little long in her toe. But aside from that, that's a good fundamentally made kind of a cow prospect, and that red heifer stands second. One that's kind of catching and has some eye appeal is the heifer in third. This heifer that she's long-bodied, she's long-spined, and she's one that has a nice, elegant look about her front third. She on the ground too is probably adequate in terms of her mobility. The problem with her for us is when she gets on the go, she gets up on her spine, she's tight in her forward, wants to drop the loin. So if we just relax that female in her spine, that'll go with some more comfort. There's a heifer that can move up a notch in this class. Here's a straight line heifer comes next in line that maybe just hasn't got quite the power of performance. She's got some shape over her top. She's long enough from her hooks to her pins. If you could just drop her down in terms of her lower third, give her some more flank, maybe just power up in terms of her bone work, that heifer would be a little more competitive. But certainly a nice colored heifer, feminine fronted kind of a heifer, should go ahead and make that young lady a nice cow. And the heifer that tails the class is no slouch either. Here's a heifer that's got some extra performance. She's a big outline kind of a female. She's long in her spine. She's got some extensive over her front end. You could just square that one up a little bit from behind. And again, just drop her down and give her some more extra shape to her belly. There's one that can make a nice cow. But I think going forward, that one with some time and some feed should be a nice prospect down the road and certainly be a good mother cow going forward. Nice class of females to wrap up this division.
Thanks, Billy. Winning this class, ring number 332, 6S Perfect, INF 75N, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. And second, 329, Star P Pansy JR 8N, exhibited by Mackenzie Noon. And third, ring number 331, HB Perfect Image 4N, exhibited by Georgia Corley. In fourth place, we have ring number 330, HBPS Image 2N, exhibited by Zoe Kroll. And in fifth place, we have Prospect Hill Neomade 20N, exhibited by Brooklyn Olson. From the top of your program down, 278 is 5, 329 is 2, 332 is 1, 330 is 4, and 331 is 3. Now entering the ring is our final split in our open division yearling heifers born in 2025. We have ring number 279, Bear Acres Nova Rose 5N, exhibited by Karsten Pym. Ring number 280, Silverline Nova Ray 2N, exhibited by Kinsley Olson. Ring number 281, KMS Reflection 120G81N, exhibited by Rhea Gunderson. Ring number 282, Holland Lane Blossom Nelly, exhibited by Amelia LaRourke. Ring number 283, Sweetgrass Verona Kate 16N, exhibited by Tufton Fox. Ring number 284, Mosside Claire 44N, exhibited by Owen Fraser. And ring 285, Golden View Cream Soda 128N, exhibited by Briere. If we can have our first and second from each of our yearling open division splits ready to come in for our champion open yearling in reserve.
Well, this is without a doubt the toughest class we've had today, and for good reason. I think there's just a lot of quality down the line, and just so much give and take in terms of frame and variation in condition as well. But when I ultimately land on this heifer, she's just the one that for today puts it all together the best for us. Certainly the high performance heifer in the class with the most amount of body. Square and level in her hip design as well. She's one that's got some extension of her front end. We'd maybe like to change that coarseness up in her neck a little bit, but that one there is just a good kind of a female. Really has a nice silhouette to her when you get off on the side for sure. And the young man does a nice job with her. Just a good built, good solid made kind of heifer to win this class. Heifer in second's one that the young man's been struggling with just a little bit, but she's starting to come around. Just like the lines and the cut of this heifer for sure. Really fresh in her condition, and we like that about her a bit. And one, like I said, is just struggling to give us her best look. Maybe just ties a little high in her tail head. Maybe doesn't have quite the same real genuine shape and dimension down her quarter as we see in the heifer that leads the class. But just in terms of maternal look and design, when she gets there, she shows you an awful nice look. So I can sympathize with the young man. I've shown a lot of cattle in my day, and I've been in your shoes, and you got yourself a nice heifer. I think as the fall progresses here, you get that one broke, you're going to move up a notch or two. Just a fundamentally sound heifer comes next to the line in third, and the young lady has done a nice job with this heifer all through the class. Just a kind of heifer that is really hard to pick a hole in. Moderate frame, but has some dimension, has some shape. One of the better footed heifers in the class. You like the way she travels as she goes. Super relaxed in her spine, very comfortable on the go. You could probably just freshen her up in condition. She's getting a little jiggly underneath, and just pull her apart from her pins and give her a little more strength from her hook back there. But just in terms of a cow prospect, has some balance, has some look, and has a maternal presence about her. That's a very good young female there in third place. Really nice lined heifer in fourth, and I think this is one that we could really tie on to, just the way she's cut and fresh and designed like that. For us, I mean, we don't need to have the biggest birdie one by any means, and this one has the look and cut we like. Just doesn't have quite the groundwork. We need to go any higher. The one that gets flat in her foot just has doesn't reach and stride off those back two like we'd like to see her, but boy, just smooth and elegant about her front end, long and level in her hip. Certainly has some shape and turn to her top side. Maybe not quite as bold in the rib cage. Maybe doesn't have that same drop of flank, but you sure that one up on the ground and wish you could, maybe with a little more foot trim and time. That one's got a great feature to her for sure. Big birdie heifer next in line, soft made and loose made. You like that one in terms of how easy doing she'll be. She's already probably pushing the envelope in terms of condition for us. I like how she does have that cow presence to her. Just soft, loose made. Maybe again on the ground, you'd like to give her just different shape back foot, a little more heel, a little less toe. We make her a little more appealing to us. Certainly like her teeth size and shape for sure. But yeah, tough class, and this heifer running some smoke. And a really good cow prospect next to the line. Here's a big heifer I think we saw earlier in the day that. Someone maybe either give us a birthday wrong or the young lady give her own birthday, but this big heifer here is coming in next. She is one of the sure-footed, freer, easier moving kind of heifers. Lots of growth, lots of performance in this female, extra length of spine and length of front end. This one here is a tool. Young man, you get this one mated to something to just drop her down, maybe moderate her a little bit and give her just a little more balance. She's got the growth, she's got the soundness and the bone work to work with, so you got yourself a heck of a breeding tool right there for sure. And the one that tails the class, again, toughest class today and a real nice female to tail it. Solid red heifer has got a nice presence and look to her of her front third. She's long and level about her hip hook design, just not quite as stout featured, not quite as bold made as the heifers higher in the class, but certainly there's a heifer that for last place heifer has got a great deal of cow potential to her. So congratulations in that class of exhibitors. Excellent class from top to bottom.
Thanks, Billy. Ring number 283 was first. Sweetgrass Verona Kate 16M, exhibited by Tufton Fox. In second place, ring number 284, Mosside Claire 44N, exhibited by Owen Fraser. Third, ring number 280, Silverline Nova Ray 2N, exhibited by Kinsley Olson. Fourth place, KMS Reflection 120G, exhibited by Ray Gunderson. Fifth goes to ring number 285, Golden View Cream Soda 128N, exhibited by Briere. Sixth, goes to ring number 279, Bear Acres Nova Rose 5N, exhibited by Karsten Pym. And rounding out our class, ring number 282, Holland Lane Blossom Nelly 6N, exhibited by Amelia LaRourke. Now we're going to ask for our first and second place from each division split on our open yearling heifers. We're looking for ring number 267, Creekside Candy 515N. Ring number 268, 6S Isabel, INF 90N. And our next split, we're looking for ring 272, 6S Perfect Sol 85N ET. Ring number 269, 6S Maryland TB 84N ET. In our split 3A, we need ring number 277, Millbrook Maria PL 321 NET. And ring number 274, Ramblin' Now, She's a Godiva, 16 NET. Split 3B, we're looking for ring number 332, 6S Perfect, INF 75N. And ring number 329, Star P Pansy JR 8N. And rounding out our champion division will be from split 4, ring number 283, Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N, and ring number 284, Moss-Side Claire 44N. If we could have those back in the ring, please. Well, our judges are sorting, excuse me, our champion class. I'd like to go through our silver sponsors for our show. Alberta Realty Inc., Bell Farms, Bishop Farms, Central Veterinary Clinic, Double C Cooley Farm, Double R Land and Cattle, Jack Auction Group, Kroner Cattle Company, Lane Madge, Manitoba Shorthorn Association, Matlock Farms Limited, MNW Accounting, Muirdale Shorthorns, Norheim Equipment Company, Paint Valley Farm, Pick a Spot Shorthorns, Rafter TN Limited, Sass Valley Stock Farms, Scory Farms, and Sub-Zero Shorthorns. Again, thank you to our all levels of sponsors. Without your generous donations, we wouldn't be able to put on this show for our kids. So thank you again.
Well, here we go. Not sure what's coming after this, but I'll tell you what, they're going to have to pull up their socks to compete with this division because this is smoky. Well, actually, put your hands together. This is an awesome set of cattle over here. You know, we got in the plane yesterday morning. I didn't know what we were getting ourselves into here. I knew it would be a good show. I knew there'd be some high-quality individuals, but I'll tell you what, I'm not positive I thought we'd have a lineup like this in this heifer division. And I'm not sure where you're going to go in the country to find females of this quality all the way down the line because I think, you know, I'm not going to pat ourselves on the back by any stretch of imagination because it's just our opinion today, but you look on this front lineup of cattle, boy, you got to be impressed. These are cattle that got a lot of good pieces to them. They got the body, they have the mass on the ground, they got the right size foot shape. When they go, they got some extra reach and some comfort on the move as well. So just the kind of cattle I think you can paint them any color, take them anywhere in the land, and not only are they going to be show cattle that can go ahead and win some banners and make kids happy, long term, they have the fundamentals dialed in to be cattle that can go ahead and be really productive mother cows in this beef industry that's so much fun to be a part of right now. So again, I commend these exhibitors, and I tell you what, we haven't talked too much about the fit jobs here, and I'm not sure who's doing all the work, but I know from experience, and that's what we do at home too. We show a lot of cattle, and cattle that come to town that look like this, they don't look like this because it happened overnight. And these kids and their families have obviously spent some time in the barn. The way the heifers behave, you can tell there's been a lot of time spent in the cattle and barns. So I'm getting a little wordy on you here, but I think these cattle just deserve, one more chat before you go ahead and pick them. I think the quality is elite, and I'm going to go down the line here and tell you a little about each one and just kind of what we're thinking. Here's a heifer we saw right off the hop this morning that we liked a lot. Just fundamentally, this heifer's got some extra bone, really nice foot shape, one of the nicest foot shapes in the whole deal, really has nice angles to her as well. Long, hipped, big bodied kind of a female. And you get her out here in this lineup, she's not as elegant, not quite as ladylike as some of the other heifers in the class, but I think that female there is one that's got a heck of a future and a really promising brood cow prospect. Heifer that won that second division is one that really hits us pretty hard. She hit the gate, fresh in her makeup and long and extended about her body and her front third. Just a heifer that's really elegant, like her on the go, like her on the stand. One that hasn't got too many holes, not quite as burly as some of the other heifers in this division. At the same time, condition-wise, I think she's right on target. Heifer that won that third class, man, she comes at you like a lightning bolt. Boy, that thing just is cool colored and really attractive in her makeup and design. Rich, dark red and white just really catches your attention. Then you look at the heifer and you like her too. She's long and level hipped, certainly one that's great in her joint structure, good on the ground in terms of her foot shape and size, really expressive through the center portion of her body. And then up front, she has a nice angle to her shoulder. She's starting to get a little waisty in her neckline and down to her brisket and underneath, but certainly a heifer that, like I said, just super powerful, really complete kind of a heifer, maybe at 12:30 instead of 12 o'clock. Heifer that's next in line in fourth was heifer that came out of a class that was one of the classes that maybe tougher to get out of. Big, solid kind of a heifer. Burly made, just powerful, stout made, extra bone, more bone than most of the heifers in the lineup here. If you like bone, that's a good thing for me. She might have a tick more than you like, but certainly in terms of power and shape, this heifer's got as much as anything cattle out here. And similarly, that last class, which probably was the best class of the day, this young man, he brought himself out a heifer that really was competitive and strong in that class. Here's one of the, you can see she's starting to show some calf in her already. I like her teeth spacing and shape. A heifer's got some nice foot size to her again. Certainly the right size female. She's moderate. She's not too big. Just a heifer's got a nice look from the side. You could maybe refine that female up in her neckline and maybe just give her a little more, trying to look to her head. You'd like her a little more, but I think that was just an awesome class to come out of for sure. Second row is no slouches either by any stretch of imagination. But I think this front lineup is just simply awesome. We need to have one more chat. It's a tough decision to make, and it's going to be hard to split hairs here, but we'll have one more chat. We'll find your division champion. I think this white heifer pulls next in line needs a little quick chat too. So she's certainly in contention again. A superb, well-fit heifer, certainly boxy made, stout-barreled kind of a heifer. It has a nice, pleasing look to her for sure. Again, you put her in this lineup, and the lineup doesn't lose too much smoke. I think she's a very good heifer. But I tell you what, this heifer that's won the third class will be reserving that division.
Our open division champion yearling heifer at our 2026 National Junior Shorthorn Show goes to ring number 272. 6S Perfect Sol 85 NET, exhibited by Ray Gunderson. In reserve goes to ring number 277. Millbrook Maria PL 321 NET, exhibited by Kate Nielsen. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. Very, very nice set of heifers out there for our champion drive. Pictures of those two females at the backdrop, please. Pictures of those two females. Coming into the ring now, we have our open division 2-year-old female with cap at side. We have ring number 287, 6S Beauty 47M ET, exhibited by Tyler Visser. We have ring number 328, Edensville Melody Blossom 17N. What is that? Exhibited by Jolene Wunsch. And we have ring number 288, HBPS Delight 1M, exhibited by Aria Coleman. And rounding out the class, we have ring number 289, Golden View Dandy 233M, exhibited by Bree Hare. If we can have our open division mature female with calf at side on deck, please. We're looking for ring number 290 and 291.
quite a few variables in these pair classes, and that's why it takes us a little longer to kind of sift through and sort through and figure out where we're going to land. I think we're going to use the cow in our estimations raising the best calf, and in that time he's also raising the Shorthorn bull calf that's burly and got some skull to him and already masculine and mature looking, and we like that about him a great deal. It's tough for any kind of 2-year-old to raise a calf, probably bred calf when he's the first time, and I think that's where she gets the big advantage in this particular class. This bull calf on side, just love the extra body he has to him, and like I said, really strong skulled, just a good kind of calf. Already expressed lots of testicle developed as well. So she's a good cow too. She's a cow in her working clothes and doing a nice job. Udder is certainly adequate, but also had some imagination. This cow on the ground is certainly very nice in terms of her foot shape and size. Just a really useful, practical Shorthorn cow that's doing a really nice job on a bull calf. Just the best unit is going to go ahead and win this class. Pair in second place is there's our problem. We love this cow. This cow on the second place cow, that's right in our wheelhouse. I think if you can follow us from that last division, this is the kind of female that would have been out there as a yearling last year. Just really elegant made, extremely sound and attractive in her build, level and long in her design. Love her hip structure. Love her udder. Her attachment, her teeth size, and her udder is right where we want to be in terms of udder quality. Just a really nice cow. We'd like to maybe spend a tick of time and just whittle off her feet a little bit on her backside. I don't think they're a problem. They just kind of got some length and growth on there. But boy, that cow stands still, just beautiful. Heifer calf in front of her doesn't have quite the same oomph and power and pizzazz we saw in that bull calf. I think get this cow mated up with a different bull and give her a little more power on the calf, and this pair will be deadly going forward. Big red pair coming next to the line, and third is just practical, meat and potatoes kind of deal right here. No extra bells and whistles, but certainly everything functions appropriately. Big January heifer calf on side this cow that's got enough frame. She has enough weight per day of age for her age right now. Maybe just like to tone her down in her tail head, maybe just pop a tick more muscle and softness into that calf. And again, the cow, just a useful kind of a cow. Other qualities pretty high end for us. Teat size looks very nice. Cow's got some broodiness to her and some softness and some easy doing to her as well. Again, on the ground, this cow could maybe just use a foot shim just to give her a little more balance on her feet and give her a little more comfortableness on the go. But again, meat and potatoes kind of pair in third. The 2-year-old heifer doing a nice job. And then the pair that ends the class is another really good pair with a dynamite young showman on this calf that's got a great look to her and it's got the fanciest pants I've seen out here all day. And she's actually got a pretty fancy bull calf to match those pants because he's just a youngster. And he's good line, and he's actually got some muscle shape to him as well. So kudos to this young cow here. She's obviously in her working clothes, and obviously a cow that can milk and has some cream in her milk to raise a calf with some condition like that. If you could, you'd probably just like to fix her up on the ground a little bit in terms of her foot shape and size. Maybe give her a little more power, but she's a young cow doing a great job, so she's doing her job. And my hat's off to the young lady with a good bull calf in front. Put your hands together. Showing pairs is tough, and these guys did a good job.
Thanks, Billy and Juanita. In first place, we have ring number 287, 6S Beauty 47M ET, exhibited by Tyler Visser. Second place, ring 288, HB PS Delight 1M, exhibited by Area Coleman. In third, ring number 289, Golden View Dandy 233M, exhibited by Pre-Air. And in fourth place, rounding out our class, ring number 328, Edensville Melody Blossom 17N, exhibited by Jolene Wunsch. From the top of your program down, 287 is 1, 288 is 2, 289 is 3, 328 is 4. Next in the ring, we have our open division mature female with calf at side. We have ring number 290, Holland Lane Eva Lee 1L, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker, and ring number 291, RK Rosie 101J, exhibited by Tufton Fox. Following our mature female class, we'd ask that we get our first and second place 2-year-olds ready to come back in the ring for our senior champion. And then directly following that, we will need to have our open heifer calf champion in reserve, ring number 262, Haley Jordan, and 261, Oakley Coleman back up for our overall open division champion female. We need our champion open yearlings. We need ring number 272, Rhea Gunderson, and ring number 277, Kate Nielsen, please back. Ready to go in for overall.
Okay, we're going to leave these cows just as they come in. This trio will be your class winner, and she doesn't get the advantage because she has an extra calf by any means, but we give her kudos for doing that. But I just think in terms of quality, I think we have a lot of quality in this front trio of cattle. Young cow, you got to give her a lot of points for raising twins that look like this, and I particularly like the way they're built, just so square and so level in their hip structure, and then still have some width and some dimension in body. Cow is in really nice shape for a cow working this hard. I don't know what kind of management they have at home in terms of helping her out, but by the looks of that udder, she's got lots to go around there for these two, and it's early in the season for these calves, but she's going to wean off a fair bit of weight when she's all said and done here. So not positive. The heifer calf that I think we saw earlier in the day that won that division, I'm not sure she's the best one in the pair, actually, but there's two extremely good calves on a very nice cow, and I commend them for doing all that work, even the fit job and all that on those cow. That's quite, very impressive for a trio of cattle. And nothing to take away from this cow in second place, because that's a big, long, good-looking cow with a calf that matches up to her as well. I think just the differences here is these cattle in front of her maybe just a little more fundamentally sound in terms of body shape and size. Heifer calf's got lots of grow on this cow in second place, maybe not quite the same, structure, correctness, and body we see in those calves up front. And that cow in second, that big, long cow, long level hip kind of cow. Udders certainly teat size is nice. Cow that's got lots to offer in terms of extra growth and performance. Maybe they change the way she looks out of her front end with it, just refine her skull a bit, give her a little more maternal look. But boy, I tell you what, two very nice cow-calf units, and I commend the exhibitors again for the extra work they put into these pairs and trios.
Thanks, Billy. In our open division mature female with calf at side, first place goes to ring number 290, Holland Lane Eva Leah 1L, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. And second place goes to ring number 291, RK Rosie 101J, exhibited by Tufton Fox. If we can now have our first and second place 2-year-old females back in the ring, we'll pick our grand and reserve open cow-calf pairs.
come to these junior shows and you get to these pair classes, this is really where the bread and butter of the industry. And I had a big speech lined up for coming out to Alberta and talking about the Shorthorn breed and how fundamentally sound they are and how they can adapt to all the drought and all the dry weather that you often get out here in Alberta and the scarcity of feed. Well, I kind of got to can that speech for now and talk about some more moisture and those kind of things. But it doesn't matter what kind of weather you have or environment you run in. And we have a couple Shorthorn cows at home. And any of you folks that don't know, I actually was raised, I was born to a Shorthorn herd family, and we raised Shorthorns at our place for a while. But the thing about a Shorthorn female, they just go ahead and adapt and be productive and be functional. I think this ring is just a testimony of that right now. I mean, we got this cow that won the cow class, and sure, she's got 2 cows out here, so that's kind of an anomaly and pretty rare to have a cow that does that. But regardless if she's got 1 or 2, she has quality, and I think that's the most important thing. 3-year-old cow doing a whale of a job. Udders attached there for a while yet. Feet on the ground are pretty solid, and the cows have that same futuristic look. So just good cattle all the way through. And that 2-year-old class was particularly fun to sort through because I think we had all sorts of options and ways we could go ahead and do that, but we ended up using the cow that we thought was doing the best job in making a herd bull, which is so hard to do. And not only was he the best herd bull in the class, he was the best calf in the class, and that's where we're going to give her the extra points. And then you get back down to the second place cows. You got that cow that's just a big, long, powerful cow. And then I'll be honest with you, and I'm pretty sure my wife will agree with me, our favorite female in the whole dang division is the cow that's second in the 2-year-old class. So I'm not sure we'll get a chance to ever see her again, but I bet you sometime that cow lays one down and comes out as a pair, it'll just be lights out. So it's been a great 2-year-old and cow pair division. Put your hands together. We'll go show you the 2 we like the best.
Congratulations. Our open division champion cow-calf pair goes to ring number 290, Holland Lane Eva Leah 1L, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. And reserve goes to lot 287, 6S Beauty 47N, exhibited by Tyler Visser. Okay, next in the ring will be our overall open division champion and reserve champion female. We're looking for champion open heifer calf number 262, Haley Jordan, reserve, ring number 261, Oakley Coleman, if they could make their way to the ring. Champion open yearling in reserve, ring number 272, Rhea Gunderson, and ring number 277, Kate Nielsen. If you could please make your way to the ringside. And again, we'll ask our champion mature females to come back in. Ring number 290, Bronwyn Zwicker, and ring number 287, Tyler Visser. If you can all be ready to come back in for Open Grand Champion. In our Open Division champion class, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Following our Open Division champion, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Well, here we go. We're going to wrap up this purebred open division here, and boy, what a division it's been. Like I just can't say enough about the quality. I think I spoke about that a lot there in that year in division drive. I think that was just a tremendous division of cattle, and again, I commend them all for putting on its quality in the rings. Why don't you put your hands together and congratulate these youngsters on a great set of cattle. I guess I was kind of blabbing away about how much good the Shorthorn breed has to offer the industry in terms of how functional and how practical they are. I mean, there's just the cattle that, as time goes on, have really stood the test of time, and they're maybe not quite as prominent as they were years ago, but I think they certainly found their niche in the industry, and there's all sorts of things that they offer in terms of marbling, in terms of milk and udder quality, and those kind of things that make this breed a very big part of the commercial industry for sure. And we're in Olds here, and in Alberta, this is probably where some of the foundation breeders of Shorthorn were the years ago. My memory recalls, and I was pretty young when we had Shorthorns, but there was Remitols, the Latimer families right in town here, and I think Hamiltons, and certainly the Boaks in Alberta, big time prominent breeders that would have laid the groundwork for some of these breeding cattle here today, I'm sure. And I was fortunate enough to be raised kind of in the Shorthorn fraternity. The Pimmets, Lauren Pimmet kind of took me under my wing when I was a young man, and the first cattle I took to shows with Lauren Pimmet. I was about 11 or 12 years old, and Lauren, we'd take a big string to the shows, and he'd pack a show box full of what did he bring? He brought gin and old Milwaukee and then 2 balls of glue, and that was about all we had. But we always had a good time, and I learned a lot from old Lorney, and I helped old Murray Pimmet, and there's just a lot of good Shorthorn back in my genes, the Emerson Clarks and the Ian McRae's, and just some good families in the Shorthorn breed that I look up to and admire and always will. So we do feel honored to judge this show. We know what it takes for these kids to bring these cattle to town. It takes a family, it takes a lot of work, and it also takes a lot of money in terms of organizing and sponsoring this show. And I know Jim up there has been thanking sponsors all day, and I'd like to reiterate that and say that that's definitely a big part of this. And if you sponsored this show, my hats are off to you. You're promoting the future of this breed and the future of youth in agriculture, and that's, you can't do any more than that. I think we've kind of decided what we're going to do in this champion division. It's for us, it's a couple of females that really have stuck out throughout the day. It's been a great honor again, like I said, and an absolute pleasure to work with these kids. There's keen and there's sportsmanlike and as friendly as you can make them. So one more big round of applause. We'll find your champions.
Your 2026 National Junior Shorthorn Show in Olds, Alberta. Your open division champion female goes to ring number 272 out of our yearling division. 6S Perfect Soul 85 NET exhibited by Ray Gunderson. Our reserve champion female goes to ring number 277, Millbrook Maria PL 321 NET, exhibited by Kate Nelson. Give these kids a round of applause. Tremendous show we've had here today so far. So we'll get our backdrop photos and we'll take a 10-minute break and we will come back in with our bred and owned division. Okay, we're going to get back at it here, folks. Our first class in will be our bred and owned division heifer calves born in 2026. We're looking for 4 heifers. We are looking for ring number 292, Diamond B, Eva's Prada, 20P, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. 293, Eansville Orange Blossom, 446P, exhibited by Kingsley Whalen. 294, Foxtail Lady Maid, 101P, exhibited by Tufton Fox. And ring number 296, Majestic Pretty in Pink, 62P, exhibited by Kennedy Deagle. On deck, we'll be looking for Class 4B, our bred and owned yearling division split 1. We're looking for entries 297, 298, 299, 400, or 300, and 301, please.
Okay, here we go, back in the action here, and this is the cooler vision. This is bred and owned. This is where the kids are actually got some pride of ownership in these cattle, and obviously, by the look of this first class, there's some really high-quality juniors breeding some high-quality cattle. I'm going to guess we saw this little lady a couple times already today, and I commented on her with her mother and her sister, and quite like this one. Now, she's not the biggest, stoutest heifer in this class by any stretch of the imagination, but and she probably got a tick of an advantage now that I know more about her family, but just built good. I mean, just as the kind that we like at home, that just a little fresh, moderate, square-made, level-hipped, got all the right pieces, all the right parts. I think as time progresses and we know a bunch about her mother, that one's going to mature into an excellent cow. Nice heifer to start the class. And we're not colorblind or we're not biased on color by any imagination, but this white one I think just comes in next based on her build and structure as well. Here's one that's a little longer fronted, a little cleaner neckline, and just a little smoother as she transitions from front to back because the red heifer. There's one you could maybe like just to give her a little more feature in terms of bone and foot and power, particularly down through her quarter, but she's also one that's pretty skinny, and that's a good thing. Like we said earlier a couple of times, you get this one a little more groceries, and as time progresses, she's going to grow into a bigger frame, bigger outline kind of a cow, but a nice prospect there as well. Good job, young lady. Red heifer, I think we saw earlier in the day, and still like the way she's kind of built. She's kind of honest in her makeup, a little more plainer, a little blasé about her front end, but long and level out of her hip, travels with some comfort and some ease. She's got some extra performance, some length aside. There's one there, you get her made to a bull with a little more genuine shape and muscle and a little more pizzazz. That's the kind of female with the fundamentals that can lay one down. So very nice job there, young lady. And the young cowboy that concludes the class, he's probably got the stoutest one in the class. So he's got that advantage there in terms of absolute muscle and stifle and thickness. We just like to tie this one together just a little nicer from her hooks back to her pins and down to her hock, and maybe just change the blade, her angle of her blade, and up in her forerib and her shoulder neck juncture. But do you want muscle? You want some thickness and some meat? This is the heifer. You get this one made up to a bull that can just refine her a bit. You got a heck of a nice cow. Good job all the way down this class. Congratulations to our class winner on a very nice female.
Thanks, Billy and Juanita. In first place, we have 292 Diamond B Eva's Prada 20P owned by Bronwyn Zwicker. In second place, we have 293 Edensville Orange Blossom 446P exhibited by Kingsley Whalen. In third, Majestic Pretty in Pink 62P exhibited by Kennedy Deagle. And rounding our class is ring number 294 Foxtail Lady Maid 101P exhibited by Tufton Fox. Congratulations. Coming in next, we have our bred and owned yearling heifer split number 1. We have ring number 297. Sass Valley Springtime 63N exhibited by Emma Lehman. 298. Wasqua Northern Lights 13N exhibited by Rhea Gunderson. 299. Nova Creek Eva 8N. Mason Zwicker. 300. Majestic Mini Flash 72N Harper Deagle. And 301, Fraser Navy 1N, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser. On deck, we need split 2. We're looking for 302, 303, 304, and 305.
Well, this is a nice set of heifers to start the yearly division of the Bred and Owned show, and a little antsier bunch of heifers out here. It must be a storm coming or something because they're just not wanting to behave. But this red heifer, she just commands this class in our estimation, and just in terms of one that's well balanced, long and level out of her hip, has enough extension of her front third. Like her when she goes on the ground, that's a big time advantage. If we could, we'd probably like to just clean her up underneath a little bit, maybe just tuck that chest in as well. But fundamentally, she's got the parts and pieces, I think, that make the most sense to go ahead and win this class. Similarly, the heifer in second place is one that there's no extras. There's no bells and whistles here. Just a good functional heifer. Pretty moderate in her makeup, and I would like that. Like the way she makes this turn. You see a pretty maternal-looking skull on her. On the ground, this one certainly has some advantages over the rest of the class in terms of reach, in terms of flex, and also the shape of her foot. If you could, on this heifer again, maybe just drop her down, give her a little more expanse to her rib cage, just maybe make her a little stouter right there in her muscle shape and her stifle. But just maternally, she's exceptionally well built in her front end. I think that's a good cow prospect going forward. Here's one, this white drone coming next in line. When she's parked, she's in contention to win this whole thing because this heifer's got some balance and some power and some thickness to her. Like her, he's going to pull her together here, and you're going to like the heck out of that one right there. Long out of her front end, and comes out of her top pretty level as well, and has some extra bone work, and has some good parts and pieces. For us, when she goes, she struggles a little bit on the go. She just doesn't have quite that same reach, doesn't have that same comfort as the heifers higher in this class. But whether that's just a conditioning thing or a management thing, I'm not sure. But as time goes on, this heifer can only get better. Kind of a toss-up between 4 and 5. You got two very different cattle, big-bodied, soft, easy doing when it comes around the turn. And fourth, you like those fundamentals about her in terms of being just an easier feeding kind of a female with lots of forerib and some belly in her. One that doesn't just balance up, has some extra chest, and hasn't got that same bone and power and out of her hook bone back to her pin either, but certainly one that's going to be easy keeping and productive as a cow. And the boy that ends the class, he's got one that's a breeding piece for sure. Here's the heaviest featured and one of the heaviest muscled heifers that we see in the ring today. She's extremely long and level over her top and her hip, and a female that's got some parts you like. For me, she's not quite as maternal, just a little more terminal in design and her bone work than we see in other females, but definitely a heifer. If you want to make some club calves, we made her maternally. She's got a lot of pieces you can work with there.
Thanks, Billy. Winning that class is ring number 292. Damon B. Eva's Pride 20P, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. In second place, we have ring number 293, Eansville Orange Blossom. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. That was our heifer calves all over again. Winning that class is ring number 297, Sass Valley Springtime 63N, exhibited by Emma Lehman. In second place, ring number 300, Majestic Mini Flash 72N, exhibited by Hartford Eagle. In third, ring number 298, Wasqua Northern Lights 13N, exhibited by Rhea Gunderson. Fourth place, S. Fraser Navy 1N, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser. And rounding out our class in fifth place, ring number 299, Nova Creek Eva 8N, exhibited by Mason Zwicker. From the top of your program down, 297 is 1, 298 is 3, 299 is 5, 300 is 2, 301 is 4. Coming into the ring now, we have our split 2 of our Bred and Owned division yearling heifers. We have ring number 302, Prospect Hill Nostalgic Amy, exhibited by Sakura White. Ring number 303, Prospect Hill Nita Maid 40N, exhibited by Braden Mills. 304, Edensville Empress Nyla 44N, exhibited by Don White. 305, Star P Promise 1N, exhibited by Catherine Posberg. On deck, we'll be looking for ring number 308 for our 2-year-old female with calf at side. And then our next class, 4D, we'll be looking for 309 Prospect Hill Gem Blossom 44J, please.
Another really strong class is spread known. Again, kudos to the kids. Really got some nice cow prospects here to work with. But I think the young man that leads, she just comes to top based on her completeness and her combination. Just a well-balanced heifer, kind of holes free, just really good down her top and then out of her hip. I like her joint structure quite a bit when she sits the ground. One of the better footed heifers in the class. Not the tidiest made heifer up to her front 1/3, but certainly maternal about her head. Here's a heifer you like a great deal, and a young man does a nice job getting her across as well. Young lady in second place has a female that I'm not sure if she's getting close to calving or maybe just has a little oops or just one of those darn things when you're showing heifers this happens. But she got some udder coming there that concerns us just a little bit. But aside from that, again, this is one that you like a lot in terms of the way she's built in the ground. Good square foot underneath her. Lots of power in this heifer as well. She's got some mid body. She's got some length that you like as well. Maybe not quite as square and true from her hook back to her pin. Maybe not open up quite as nicely over her top side of her skeleton as we'd like. But I think just in terms of fundamentals, she needs to be second in this class. And the udder, I think that will either cure up, but even if she sets it down, teat size is still pretty nice. So a nice cow prospect there as well. Heifer in third, the dry yellow-haired heifer. Here's one that we kind of like for sure for some extras in terms of body and softness. Easy doing kind of a heifer that really, when she goes, she travels pretty good, so her structure's not too far off. We should like to change that one on the ground. She's got some toe that maybe needs just whittled down a little bit, just prop her up on her heel to give her a little more flex and authority as well. But good heifer in terms of moderation in size and an easy doing kind of build to her. Maybe just sit back her angle of her shoulder a little bit to make her a little more comfortable as well. But yeah, do a little work on those feet, and this heifer can move up the line a little bit. But a nice female for a cow. And the heifer that tails the class, the dark red heifer that comes around the turn here now. Again, this is one of these easy doing, just useful, practical shorthorn females. Maybe just change her structure a bit in her shoulder. Just relax that a little bit. Push her back on her knee a little bit. Square her up from her hooks the pins a little bit as well. Here's a heifer, though, just in terms of easy doing and ability to feed. She has no peers in this class. So here's an easy doing kind of a prospect for a cow. I think you take her home and get her mated up. I will do you a lot of good, young lady. Nice class of heifers from front to back.
Thanks, Billy and Anita. Winning that class is ring number 303, Prospect Hill Need a Maid 40N, exhibited by Braden Mills. In second place, ring number 302, Prospect Hill Nostalgic Amy, shown by Secure White. Third, Star Pete Promise 1N, exhibited by Catherine Prosberg. And rounding out our class, ring number 304, Eansville Empress Nyla 44N, shown by Don White.
Yeah, another good division here in the bred and owned, and I commend these kids again. I can't speak enough about breeding your own cattle, and it gives you purpose. Gives you a reason to kind of study pedigrees and talk to mom and dad or grandpa and grandma or aunt or uncle and kind of make matings, and that's what this business is all about. We enjoy every mating we make at home. They're just trying to figure what the next generation to make it better, and it takes a lot of knowledge. It takes a lot of time to figure it out, and these youngsters obviously have done some studying and some research to breed cattle that have this much quality. So just the two classes, this division, I think, they were pretty strong classes all the way down the line. The heifer that won the younger division is one that the dark red heifer here in front of me just really has an attractive style to her front end. Nice head about her. She's flattened up on her shoulders. She's leaning up on her neck. Heifer, except for maybe just a little garbage underneath, is one that we like quite a bit. She's sound. She's fluid in motion. She's level made. If we could just tidy up that underline a bit, we'd like her a great deal. Young man that won that second class, I think he won that one pretty readily as well. There's a heifer again that just is kind of holes free. She's smooth enough in her makeup. Heifer that's got enough length of hip and length of spine as well. She's maybe not quite as naturally stout and robust as a heifer that won that first division. Maybe hasn't got quite the same balance, but you certainly like her underneath a little bit. So. Or underneath her belly a little better. So anyways, it's a bit of conversation yet to have on these two class winners. We'll have that quick chat and we'll pick you a champion reserve.
Your 2026 National Junior Shorthorn show here in Olds, Alberta. Your champion, bred and owned yearling heifer goes to ring number 297, Emma Lehman, and reserve goes to ring number 303, Mr. Braden Mills. Congratulations. Coming in the ring now will be our bred and owned division 2-year-old female with calf at side. We're looking for ring number 308, Prospect Tail Princess Merida, exhibited by Kaylee Whalen.
single entry in this bred and owned 2-year-old class, and a nice entry for sure. You got a young cow that's in excellent condition and doing a whale of a job on a heifer calf. I think we saw earlier in the day that's a very good structured kind of a calf and has a lot of future as well. Nice kind of a deal right there. Cow's obviously got lots of milk and doing a great job. Maybe a guy could just tie that up just a bit, but that's certainly a cow that knows her job, serves a purpose, and doing a really nice job on that heifer calf right there. Congratulations to this young showman group, and they've done a nice job all day. Very good.
Winning this single entry class is ring number 308, Prospect Tail Princess Meridia, exhibited by Kaylee Whalen. Next in, we only have one entry. We're looking for entry ring number 309, Prospect Hill Gem Blossom 44J, exhibited by Tristan Mills.
Oh, another good single entry in this bred and owned pair division. And again, we're going to have a tough decision to make here in a few minutes for this division. This is a good 5-year-old cow. This is a nice white pair of cattle that you can see the similarities from the cow to the calf. And there's lots of growth and there's lots of soundness in these cattle. Lots of performance here as well. Heifer calf, we saw her earlier, and I forgot to give that young lady kudos. You talk about a cowgirl. She didn't even miss a beat and grabbed that calf and kept showing and does a heck of a nice job with that calf as well. Just a really fundamentally sound, good, useful kind of a pair of cattle. I guess you could maybe just square that cow up a bit and maybe just give her a little more attachment on her front forwarder. But definitely in terms of functionality, there's a lot of good in these cattle in the ring. We'll look forward to seeing them back here in a second.
Winning our bred and owned division, mature female with calf at side, goes to ring number 309, Prospect Hill Gem Blossom 44J, exhibited by Tristan Mills. If we can have our 2-year-old entry come back in, and we'll pick our champion bred and owned cow-calf pair.
This is almost a coin toss. There's a lot of give and take here, as there always is in pair classes. And I think, you guys at the ringside, we can't be wrong in this class because there's a lot of good things about both of these pairs, and not one of those pairs, and neither one of these pairs is a standout. But the 2-year-old pair or cow-calf pair we just talked about, doing a great job. She's in the prime of her life and is in good shape, and I think fundamentally on the ground she's good. Maybe not the tidiest udder, maybe not the squarest hip cow, but certainly maybe she's transitioning that into a calf that's got a little more levelness of hip and a little more cooler look as well. So that option's there for that pair. Good pair of cattle. And then we get to our 2-year-old pair of cattle, that a cow that's doing a good job. I think that cow's got plenty of udder for a 2-year-old. I think the teat size maybe is fine. I think long term it won't be a problem. Cow's in really good shape, and this is for her first try. I think she's done an excellent job. So I guess with that 2-year-old heifer raising what I would say is a superior calf, this will be your senior champion cow-calf pair, and the white pair will be reserved.
2026 National Junior Shorthorn Show champion bred and owned cow-calf pair goes to ring number 308, Prospect Hill Princess Meridia, exhibited by Kaylee Whalen. Your reserve, ring number 309, Prospect Hill Gem Blossom 44J, exhibited by Tristan Mills. Congratulations. We're now going to ask that our ring numbers 292, 293, 297, 303, 308, and 309 come back in for our champion bred and owned and reserve female of the day, please.
I guess we're going to wrap up the bred and owned show for these youngsters. And why don't you give them a roaring round of applause? This is hard work. Like I said, this is the cool part. I mean, you can buy heifers, you can borrow heifers, you can do whatever you want. But breeding these things, my hats are off to every one of you guys out here. You guys are doing a whale of a job breeding cattle. And you got a head start. Just think about it. You got a head start on a lot of kids back in the barn that haven't got bred and owned cattle. So this is the foundation. If you heard these cattle out here, you got a really good, solid foundation. I think I've talked about these cattle extensively in their class and division. I can't say again, I'm getting a little repetitive here, but my kudos off to these kids for doing this and breeding cattle. These kind of divisions are what I think really make these junior shows really important and maybe need more focus on. But so congrats to you bred and owned kids out here. We're going to go show you the two that we like the best.
Your 2026 National Junior Shorthorn Show here in Olds, Alberta. Your champion bred and owned female goes to ring number 292 from our calf division. Diamond B, Eva's Prada 20P, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. Your reserve goes to ring number 297 from our yearling division. Sass Valley Springtime 63N, exhibited by Emma Lehman. Congratulations. We're now going to bring our all our division champions out for our overall grand champion and reserve grand champion female, please. So we need back in the ring. Back in the ring, we need ring number 272, 277, 292, and 297, please.
Well, we're not going to prolong this too long here in this Supreme drive here, but I think this is an awesome idea. Because I tell you what, I was just bragging about the bred and owned division and how important that is to these youngsters, and I think it's so important that you as a young Shorthorn breeder, if you have one that's good enough to win the whole dang deal, you need to have that shot. I mean, this is what it's all about. If you have one that's bred and owned, and you show in a bred and owned, and typically those are the smaller shows and haven't got quite the same clout and have quite the same smoke. But if you got one, and I'm sure someday there might be, even this white calf might be next year when she comes back as a bred heifer. If you got one that's good enough to win the bred and owned the Supreme, I think this is a great class to have. But we're not going to be to prolong this too long. I think those two heifers that won that division and open show, that was a tough division. They're going to stay together for Supreme and Reserve Supreme. Congratulations to everybody. Great job.
So your 2026 National Junior Shorthorn Show Grand Champion Female goes to ring number 272, exhibited by Rhea Gunderson, showing Success Perfect Sol 859 NET. And your reserve champion goes to ring number 277, Millbrook Maria PL 321 NET, exhibited by Kate Nielsen. Congratulations. So we're going to do pictures on our champion and reserve female with the judges, and when we get that done, we're going to be looking for our bred and owned division bull calves born in 2025. We're looking for entry 310, 311, and 312, please. Bulls, yeah.
Congrats, eh? A little grandbaby? It's exciting. Yeah, I guess, eh? Start ramping up. Oh, yeah, 'cause well, and yeah, Shorthorn. Shorthorn 25. They just put you, you don't get to do showmanship. That's like perfect for me, but I'm 9 years old. Oh, yeah, we're gonna be in PEI. We're gonna be in PEI the same time you guys are in Nova Scotia. Oh yeah, for vacation. You have vacation? Yeah, I know. It's actually a honeymoon on my parents' Facebook. You guys are coming down home, really? Well, no, not down home. I never see that. For the cemetery. Oh, right. Who's judging that? Oh. I'm not going. You're judging anything else? I didn't get I'm supposed to go to a funeral, but
Okay, if we can have our red and own division bull calves in the ring, please. We're looking for ring 310, Ranneman Nickel 1P, exhibited by Jolene Wunsch. 311 Lilac Lane Right Bow 43P, exhibited by Kylie Coleman. And ring number 312 Majestic Poet Editor 201P, exhibited by Harper Deagle. As we're winding down the day, we want to mention some more sponsors to our show. Our bronze level sponsors: British Columbia Shorthorn Association, Canadian Shorthorn Report, Double Arrow Stock Farm, Foxtail Livestock, Star Pea Farm, Sunnyland Shorthorns, Van Ridge Cattle Company, and Willow Springs Stock Farms. Following our bred and owned bull show, we'll be starting into our Shorthorn Plus division. We'll be looking for our first class Shorthorn Plus heifer calves born in 2026. Ring number 313, Eansville Jasmine Pepper 41P, exhibited by Josie McNiven, please.
Okay, here we go in the bull show. Not a big one, but a hotly contested one. Young lady here with the fancy pants brought fancy bull calf, so it's a good combination. Man, that girl can stick one. I tell you what, I don't know how old she is or what her future is, but she's going to show some winners because she's kind of got that intensity. But back to the bull calf. That calf, just a good calf. We saw him on his mom there earlier, and he's a little juvenile in his development at this point in time. But I think when you really break him down and study his structure, you really got to like it. There's a calf that's sure-footed. He's got the appropriate amount of bone. I think he's the right size for his age at this time. He's got a strong enough skull. I like the angle to his blade. Comes out of his hip with some muscle expression, but still skinny and green and got a lot of future ahead of him. Nice little bull calf. Start the show. Congratulations, young lady. Then we change the gears and get into give her a round of applause. You bet. Big bull calf comes next in line. He's big and rugged. He's got quite an age advantage over these two other calves, and it shows. And his maturity he's a little quick as maturity. Looks like he's not just loving his trip to town with a hung ear there as well, but he's a calf that's got some shape and some muscle to him. I think just change his balance a bit, just clean him up over his front line there and underneath it a little bit, just to give him some more balance, some more breed character as well. But in terms of a bull calf, they can add some pounds and some muscle. He's certainly got that in spades, and he'll do a nice job for this young lady in her herd going forward. Nice job there as well. Yeah, big round of applause. This is breeding bulls. That's tough work. Another good young showman here. I think she's maybe getting on towards having a long day, and as is her project. But that doesn't faze her, obviously. Good job out there. Here's another calf that maybe hasn't had the same management as a couple of the others, but certainly he's a calf on this market in the beef industry. He's got a lot of value still. He's a calf that has some future. He's in the right condition for his age. I think going forward, that calf gets some more groceries in him and progresses. That young lady will have a nice herd bull or a calf inside the market. So give that young showman a great round of applause. A very nice class.
We'll do those. Tell them we'll do those champion bowl pictures after the pluses with the judges. Okay. So in our bred and owned division bull calf and your champion bred and owned bull calf, as well as your grand champion and reserve bull, will be ring number. Your champion will be ring number 310. Rainaman Nickel 1P exhibited by Jolene Wunsch. And your reserve will be ring 312 Majestic Poet Editor 201P exhibited by Harper Deagle. In the ring now, we have our first Shorthorn Plus class, our heifer calf, born in 2026, ring number 313, Eansville Jasmine Pepper 41P exhibited by Josie McNiven.
Okay, single entry in this Shorthorn Plus class and a nice one. January heifer calf had all sorts of growth and potential. Love her extension, just a nice line, kind of a female. Like her down her top, just a heifer that gets around the ring with some comfort as well. You could maybe just from her hooks back, just square her up and change the way she comes out of her pins and pull them apart a bit. But good kind of female right there to start the Shorthorn Plus show. Congratulations, young lady.
Entering the ring, we're looking for our Shorthorn Plus division yearlings born in 2025. We're looking for ring number 313, DASF Miss 8L132N, exhibited by Evan Patrickin. Ring number 315, BF Drama 512N, exhibited by Bo Bishop. Ring number 316, Creekside Admiration 508N, exhibited by Gabriella Cott. Ring number 317, Double Star SVK Novo 18N, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser. Ring 318, Lilac Lane CPH Lady 36N, exhibited by Ethan Hansen. Ring number 319, OM Cocoa Puff 81N, exhibited by Holden Fox. And rounding out the class, ring number 320, Silverline NYX 7N, exhibited by Andy Kurse.
Really a nice trio of heifers on the top of this class. And yeah, you bet. Give a big round of applause. High quality, as you'd expect. You get to the Shorthorn Plus, you're going to combine the best of a couple different breeds in these cattle. And I think this heifer that wins, this young man brings out, does a nice job with. She's just kind of natural, fit kind of a heifer that's just got all the bases covered. Really sound on the ground. Love the way she flexes and goes. When she fills her track, it's just effortless, and she hits the holes with perfection as well. There you go. He's got her nailed right there. Big body, kind of a heifer, level made. Has enough extension up front and still stays tidy enough for underline as well. Good kind of a female. I think that wins this class pretty readily. Nice female. Heifer in second place is one that Blue Rowan heifer, certainly a useful tool. Here's a female that's got a lot of maternal look to her. One that's really got a nice wedge to her in terms of her shape. Extra deep in her flank, a female that's got the right angle to her shoulder and ties up high with a lean flat neck. Heifer, if you could, you just give her a touch more power. I think that heifer needs a tick more bone work. Maybe just pull her apart from her pins and just give her a little more power from tip to toe. But in terms of structure, in terms of kind, that one's extremely nice. It'll make a heck of a nice young cow. Black heifer comes next in line, is maybe more like the heifer that leads the class in terms of her body shape. In terms of her muscularity, at least. Anyways, she's one down on top. You like the expression, the muscle on, and level out of her hip. Here's one that gets a little plainer and wider about her skull. Maybe not quite that same center body and maternal look to her as you get her on the side. But you do like their joint structure. You do like that heifer. She can get around pretty adequately as well. Just need to soften that one up. Maybe refine her skull. Tuck that tail in a smidge. But that was a good third place heifer in a tough heat. I'm going to guess we got a red roan, maybe limo cross coming in here next. It's maybe got a tick more terminal look to her. A really heavy muscled kind of a female, and that's something you can work with for sure. Here's a heifer that's she got some shape over her top, and then she actually handles her top quite nicely on the go. Really expressive down into her stifle and down her quarter. Pretty good in terms of her bone work and on the ground as well. Maybe not quite as refined and ladylike about her front end. Maybe doesn't have that extra drop to her flank and extra squareness of hip to run this class, but definitely one that's got some parts and pieces to work with, and one of the heaviest muscle heifers we've seen all day. Kind of the Hereford-looking Blue Roan coming in next, probably bred to be maternal, looks maternal. She's one that you can see has some extra softness to her cage, one that's got a big square foot of butter when she comes around the turn, good maternal look to her skull. I like the angle of her shoulder. Here's one again, though, just from her hooks back, maybe not quite as square and true, maybe not quite as expansive and over the top side of her cage. Hasn't got that turn to her top, shape to her cage to go ahead any higher in this class. But I think just maternally, this heifer's got a lot of usefulness, and that young lady's going to have a nice cow going forward. Another nice looking Shorthorn cross heifer coming in here, and again, meat and potatoes kind of heifer. I've said that a few times today. I know it gets to be a little boring, but that's what she is. Just a heifer that's got the fundamentals covered in terms of being adequate on the ground in terms of foot shape and size. She's big enough for her age. She's square enough and level enough. Just no bells and whistles. Gets to be a little heavier conditioned about her brisket. Maybe not quite the same maternal look to her skull as we see in some of these other cows in this class, but definitely a female that, for me, has a lot of purpose in this business. Similar to the heifer that tails the class, so you want one that's easy doing, really has a ability to go ahead and use grass and convert feed. This is your girl right here. This structure, this one here needs to be pushed back on her blade a bit differently, pushed back on her knee to make her more relaxed. Maybe from her hooks back to her pins and down to her hock, you'd like to square up and make her more comfortable. But again, you want some shape in her top and you want some easy doing this. Here's your heifer right here. Good class of heifers all the way down the line. Really nice chew on the top end.
Thanks, Billy and Juanita. In first place, we have ring number 315, BF Drama 512N, exhibited by Bo Bishop. In second, ring number 314, DASF Miss 8L 132N, exhibited by Evan Patrickin. Third goes to ring number 316, Creekside Admiration 508N, exhibited by Gabriella Cott. Fourth to ring 320, Silverline Nix 7M, exhibited by Andy Curse. Fifth goes to Double Star SVK Nova 18N, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser. Sixth, Lilac Lane CPH Lady 36N, exhibited by Ethan Hansen. And rounding up the class, we have ring number 319, OM Cocoa Puff 81N, exhibited by Holden Fox. From the top of your program down, 314 is 2, 315 is 1, 316 is 3, 317 is 5, 318 is 6, 319 is 7th, and 320 is 4th. Coming into the ring next will be our Shorthorn Plus Division mature cow-calf with mature cow-calf pair. We're looking for ring number 321, S. Fraser Gem 3J, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser.
Real nice single entry in the mature Shorthorn Plus class here, and I think that they could stand some competition. You got a really nice J model cow that's a super tidy udder. Like the way she goes, she has some flex and some comfort with her in motion. Really maternal look about her head and her front end, long spine, relatively level in her design. Maybe not the softest made cow we've had here all day, but boy, in terms of function, she's doing her job. Bull calf in front of her, you like him. He's rugged. He's burly. He's got some parts and pieces you like quite well. He's big enough and mature enough. That's just a February bull calf right there, folks, and I think he's the 17th. So he's got lots of performance. So that cow is doing a great job. If you could on the bull calf, you just maybe like to tie him underneath ever so slightly to make him a little more, give him some more balance. But that's a good kind of a calf on a very nice, hard-working cow. Give this exhibit a round of applause. Hard work in the pair class.
Your champion Shorthorn Plus cow-calf pair goes to ring number 321 with S. Fraser Gem 3J, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser. We're now going to have our champions from the Shorthorn Plus divisions back in the ring to pick our grand champion and reserve Shorthorn Plus female in our 2026 Canadian Junior Shorthorn Show. So just so everyone knows, our banquet is across the road at the Egg Palace Center, directly across. Doors and bar open at 5. Supper is at 6.
Okay, it hasn't been just a monster Shorthorn Plus show, but I think it's a pretty important component of a junior show to incorporate these cows that have the crossbreeding program across industry is where the money is, that's where the efficiencies are. So it's pretty evident out here. We have some good high quality Shorty Pluses here to work on. I kind of taught them all in the classes. We had a couple of heifers, individual class winners that certainly represent their age division quite well. But boy, we had a pretty good smoke show in that yearling heifer class. And we're going to leave those 2 yearling heifers together for your champion and reserve commercial heifers. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks, Billy and Juanita. Your 2026 National Junior Shorthorn Show champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to ring number 315. BF Drama 512N, exhibited by Bo Bishop. Your reserve champion plus female goes to ring number 314, DASF Miss 8L 132N, exhibited by Evan Patrick, and congratulations. Next in the ring, we're looking for our Shorthorn Plus Division bull calf born in 2026. We have one entry in this class. It'll be ring number 322, Fraser's Pyrite 4P, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser.
We'll let this fella kind of chips here on the ring and stop here, but we just saw him on his mom, and we kind of commented there before about how much performance and how much masculinity and power he has. So I'd like to congratulate this young lady again on a tremendous bull calf, on a very nice cow. And any of you folks at ringside need a herd bull next spring, come talk to this young lady. She's probably got a deal for you. Congratulations.
2026 champion Shorthorn Plus bull goes to ring number 322, S. Fraser Pyrite 4P, exhibited by Ainsley Fraser. Congratulations. Our next class in the ring, we're going to look for our steer division. We're looking for ring number 323, 324, 325, 326, and 327, please. In this class of Shorthorn influence steers, we have ring number 323, Jackpot, exhibited by Emma Lehman. We have 324, Skid, exhibited by Abigail Tillman. 325, Lilac Lane Nemo 33N, exhibited by Evan Coleman. Lot 326, Nemo, exhibited by Chelsea Traber. And rounding out the class, we have 327, Rusty, exhibited by Mason Zwicker.
Okay, this is the last class of the day, and then we're not done yet, I don't think, by the way, because we're still thinking and deliberating, but I think it's a good time for me to go ahead and thank Shorthorn Association and the Showcase Show and the committee members for all the hard work they put together to put this on. Why don't you put your hands together and give them a great big round of applause for all their hard work. Shayla and Jim and whoever else is on your committee, I know it takes an absolute army. The ring staff's been great here today, and I'm sure there's folks out back everywhere marshalling and doing things that are going unnoticed or unseen. So those kind of pieces and players in this kind of deal are vital. So like I can't thank you for having us. It's been an absolute honor. It's been a great day with kids and cattle. I was looking forward to the kids more than the cattle, and they've not disappointed. I like the cattle a lot, but the kids, boy, I tell you, we've had some good conversations out here. Just a great bunch of kids from the knee highs all the way up to what I would call young adults. They've all been very courteous and sportsmanlike, and I certainly appreciate that, and I can almost guarantee you this breed's in great hands. So thanks again, Jim and Shayla, for having us out here. We're just going to go ahead and we're going to just talk down these steers, and we're still not sure what we're doing out here, but the calf that was third, we saw him early in the day in the PE class. He's a good kind of calf. We talked about him just being sound made, long spine, has some top to him, maybe not quite as explosive in his muscle. I think he's got an end target weight that'd be acceptable, and he's not too far off. Shorthorn looking steer that makes the turn here next. He's a big, long steer. But the next two steers are very similar. I think both of these steers aren't quite where they need to be in terms of condition quite yet. But when they're done, they're going to be some big, heavy carcasses to hang. Both of these steers just could take a touch more muscle in their stifle from the hooks back to their pins and just blow them apart a little bit. We like them a bit more. But again, both of these steers have some time left on feed to get there. And I think when they're all done, it's all ready and done said, you're going to have a great carcass to hang up there. The steer that ends, he's going to be a big old heavy steer, and you like that. And we all certainly know what they're paying for carcasses right now. So that steer on the end, that's a big value out of the calf right there. And then let's roll these two suckers in front of us right now, and this is where we're having some major dilemmas. And I'm not sure we're in disagreement or agreement. We just know there's some trade-offs here. And I'm sure at ringside, you're looking out here, and you got this colored up, black and painted up steer that just is an absolute image of perfection when he gets out here. Hair coat, fit job, young lady can sure stick one. He's got some shape over his top. He's got enough bulk in his stifle and down his twist. I think that steer there, he's got a lot of good to him. I think he's probably appropriate in terms of condition for right now. I'm not sure if he's hanging around for Calgary or not, but I would guess that's where he's destined for. And we like him a great, great deal. When he's parked, when he goes, he struggles. And when you get on top of him and look down and right there at the ground, we're really not comfortable with the way he's made in his front end. He opened up his shoulder. He's certainly got some feet that are no more than adequate in terms of what we think was ideal. One thing we got to remember in these cattle is that they all have a brother, they all have a sister, and they all have a mother. And I think the fundamentals we've talked about all day are pretty important in how we're going to, use those cattle accordingly down the road. But longevity and efficiency is the most important thing. Steer in second place hasn't got the wow factor, and behind him rather hasn't got the wow factor. He's a calf that you can see is going to hang a great carcass. He's long, he's level, he's big top, he's square and true. He in terms of on the ground, we like him quite a bit more. He's not explosive right there in his stifle. Hasn't got the hair coat either to portray that extra definition of muscle, but I think hanging on a hook, it'd be a very comparable kind of a carcass. So we're going to have one more last chat. We might get a coin out here yet, but I'll tell you what, there's two very good steers in the ring right now. You go ahead and pick your winner. We're going to have a chat, but you kind of know what we're thinking right now. I think we're leaning in one way or the other. We're going to show you right quick.
Our 2026 champion Shorthorn steer goes to ring number 427, Rusty, 327, sorry, Rusty, exhibited by Mason Zwicker. Our reserve goes to ring number 326, Nemo, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Congratulations. Following the class up, we have 325 and third, Lilac Lane Nemo 33N, fourth we have 324 Skid, and in fifth we have ring number 323 Jackpot.
Well, everyone, that was a great show, a great weekend to round it off here. Just on behalf of the CJSA board as president, I'd like to thank Billy and Juanita for coming out here, spending a day looking at our cattle, and everyone else who's gone into putting this show on, the parents, looking after your kids, all the kids who brought out their cattle and put in their hard work, all the volunteers and sponsors, and Jim and Shayla and everyone on the board. So a big round of applause to all of them. I have your card. Thank you.
I love you.